Hello, 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 hello. Welcome once again to a Prog Reborn. My name is M. Kosler. And it's not Prog Reborn. I'm so into doing that it just comes off the dome. Welcome very much to Let's Play Dawntrail. My name is M. Kosler. This is my playthrough of the Dawntrail MSQ and anything else Dawntrail related that I might want to play through. This channel is usually for a series called Prog Reborn, but obviously as Dawntrail is out, I'm wanting to go through it. If you'd like to know when I go live for these things, you can always subscribe to the channel. Best and easiest way to get those go live notifications, or you can join the Prog Reborn Discord. Exclamation point Discord in the chat to get you that Discord invite. You can also find that invite link in the video description below. So, last day of the weekend, which means last day of Omega grinding on the MSQ, see how far I can get. Not going to like attempt to speed it up or anything. I'm perfectly fine with the pace that I'm going at. Playing out all the characters, reading a lot of additional dialogue, making sure that I unlock flight in every zone that I go through, things like that. So we left off yesterday with beating Trial 1, and I should say it should be pretty obvious, but if this is going to contain Dawntrail spoilers, if you somehow clicked on this link and didn't know that, scoot on out of here until you are at least past Trial 1. We completed the first trial, Valley Armanda. We are up to 5 of the stones for the tablets that we still have to retrieve. Let's see. We did 2 stones per zone. And then 2 more. Right. So we should have 6 stones. But one of our stones was stolen by Bakul Jaja. And so we have both to try and get it back, plus whatever the last trial is, if I'm for the rite of succession, if I'm remembering it all correctly. I did end up post-stream just quickly going through and getting those last 2 ether currents. So we are unlocked. We have flying unlocked in Budokopacha as well as Kozama Uka. We are about to head to Yaktel. Either Yaktel or Yaktel. There's an apostrophe in there somewhere, so it might be Ta'el. But I think before we do that, let's continue hitting some leveling roulettes. Keep leveling up our warrior alongside our white mage. White mage finally outpaced our warrior, who got a little bit of a boost from all the setup that we did earlier. The way we did on Tuesday's stream? No, it was Monday's stream, because Tuesday was the beginning of maintenance. Dun, 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 dun. Interesting how so much of the leveling queues are still the Endwalker dungeons. Even though we have two Dawntrail dungeons unlocked. I think, though, we were only at 92 on Warrior, so it might be that our Warrior doesn't have Warrior Zolmor unlocked for them yet. Right behind me, yeah. GCD heal from the Scholar there for some reason.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
wonder why this one took so much longer. I remember how I thought about this dungeon the first time I was in it. I think I liked the first boss. I'm not sure I was a big fan of this boss because I mostly hate these the animations and the weirdness surrounding these. It takes so long for them to actually recognize you. I definitely was not a fan of this final boss because it doesn't really give you a good... It has one of those problems of, okay, I have the thing that's on my screen that's supposed to tell me which of these colors is important to me, but it doesn't tell you whether that color... whether that important color is whether that important color is the color that you're supposed to avoid or the color that you're supposed to go to. That's safe. Because I feel like it's been back and forth on which one is which. In different instances. I forgot what the Pictomancer LB3 looks like. Twilight Energy. Cool, cool, cool. Still nothing on this because these are all below 60, which nobody's going to be doing in Dawntrail Early Access. I shouldn't say nobody. But the vast majority of folks are not going to be doing that. $660. I think I've got 660. We're about to get beyond. Current eye level. Bum 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 bum. Bom bom. Bum 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 bum. Alrighty. We could look at. Where's the hunts? There's the hunts. Go to Kapacha, Kazamuka. Yeah, we can do this. Let's turn on recommendations. And let's head to watching Pello. Actually, close to an Aetherite, aren't I? Or an Aethernet. Two of those. How about you kick? So it's in this area. Don't remember where in this area. Oh, right here. So the rest are in Kozamauka. How many on the challenge log for fates? We did it. Okay. I know the lesser Polyons are up in this area. The Imperious. one of those. The stink shells, I think, are near the marsh, but I'm not 100% sure. Polyons. Three of these. Stink shells. Yeah, Miyakabek Zoo. It's the bottom half. So I was wrong. Zoma is the top half. Zoo is the bottom half. Stink shells. Stink shells. There we are. Do one of those. Oh, deal. So back to Warlord's Echo, or Lars Echo. Back to White Mage. We did clear out the zone. Yep, we opened everything up. So now to Yektel. After this train goes by. Erenthal would propose a course of action. I think it's time we return to Tuliolo. After scaling Toral's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the 4 odd cabins calling our names. Even the game wanted me to stop last night, that we should have gone one quest further. Well, I wonder if one quest further would have made me want to continue. Cabins you are. Rest well, everyone. We'll meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wiklamat? Wiklamat, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Please enjoy your stay. Where? Oh, actually, I have to go down here. Interesting. Welcome back, Master Coastler. The cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust. Up. Knock at the door.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So, it's just too stuffy in here, that's what.
Trying to hit on me?
Outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliolo. Help me get my thoughts in order. Go to a resplendent quarter and make our way up from there. Lady, I'm trying to get some sleep. Another white mage. Black mage. Splendid quarter. There we are. Oh dear. Hello. You're one of Wuklamat's new friends? God, old lady. See the old lady face a million miles away. Here you are. What are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? Much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. The claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? There's plenty more who believe in your cause. You'll recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshua. Thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. You think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of. In that golden hour lighting. We're right back into a cutscene.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far.
A scene we literally saw 5 seconds ago.
I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
Wish for a world like the Yakui's dream.
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness. It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've have nothing else to get off my chest, I need to head to the palace. But I'll see you back at the caverns.
I sleep on my back like this, but I usually have my arm up under my pillow or doing something else. Not just like a brick. Got a 1.0 person over here. This. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was spent well? I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it'll soon be back to the road for us. Hey, 95. Avno seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Now that we've refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zoralja and Goanna have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Only 5? I guess it is only 5. For some reason I was thinking it was 6. Ukalmat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what is mine, this I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valigamanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it is for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mumuja and the Ixbral in the forest of Yaktael, specifically near a village called Ixbrax. Brax. Brahash. Would be Ash because it's Shaktural? Yeah. So maybe it's Braash. It might be Braash. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the lay of Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a two-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterward, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Your two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolol. And we know this. Because he was in the engraving. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakhoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, did you say Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural, once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamuja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ixbraash. No, it's not an X. Shah. Ixbraash. Ixbraash. Ash. Braash. Braash. Then all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Kwana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Hey, Dow. Yeah, I saw you were streaming, but I didn't want to click on it, I didn't know where you were. I didn't want to get spoiled. But yeah, thanks for the good luck, have funs. I'll have to check your VOD now that I know where you are. Yaktel, where the Yakhoi dreamt of the Golden City. For as much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakul Jaja is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Ready to leave when you are. Don't bother with yesterday's VOD. My internet was in and out and I was getting upset. Bummer. I'll still look at it. It'll be fine. Just fine. How exciting. The designs of Turali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean's airships. Next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigibles at all times. Braash. Braash. It has to be Braash. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yaktel? Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything, I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand just until I've settled my nerves? Sure. The nicest person I've ever met. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is, third promise. Just wait just a moment. This is the lady from Orokopacha. Is that Tobli as well? Mablu and Tobli. Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you. We were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yoktoral as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. Foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. The merchant happened to mention which market. One in Yaktel, where it seems you're already bound. What luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. A mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to. Thank you for coming this way. Anything for the third promise? Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Let's call for passengers to Yaktel. I really hope she wins. Yaktel will test her mettle without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Ooh.
The fierce Shebral hunters who laid claim to
Shebral.
this land call it the
Not
Assured
Ixbral.
Forest. Yaktel.
Oh, there's no Tel. It's Tel.
Battered by
Shebral,
meteors in ancient
Tel.
times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here where the
What's going on with
Shebral
that bauble?
Mamurja once battled for dominance,
Brawl.
that the right
Mamurja.
of succession would reach its climax.
Tel. There's no gap. Tel. Shebral, not Ixbral.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
You live on the... You looked out over that...
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozamauka.
I suggest you pay more
Kozamauka.
attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Chabral community depicted in the Lay of the Past close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Cool. Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair and the vessel hardly rocked at all. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? Worry not. Carl and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of these cenotes. Would it kill Erenville to give me the benefit of the doubt? Or the benefit of a second chance? With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Okay, this is the song from the beginning of a benchmark. This is the Aether Current that we saw in the live letter. For all of Erenville's insistence, we didn't discover anything particularly blue about this forest. See, no tumbles. Thanks to Crown Alizé, but it still counts. Take care now not to get separated. I hate to lose you into this rampant undergrowth. Is that Ixbrash over there, I wonder? Good. Everyone's accounted for. Ixbrash is up ahead. Let's be on our way. The chocobo out. Somebody got Zion Williamson out there. How many instances do we have here? Not that many compared to what we've seen in Urukopacha and Kozamuka. What's so blue about the forest? You'll see. I've fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. No way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Just so you know, I should be very cross if you push me. Oh, cenotes this deep, I wonder. Erenville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It'd be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. weapon, still better. Ulamat's attention is divided between the perilously deep cenote and Ixbrash. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise in a retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? But one way to find out. Come, let's follow him. Immediately into next cutscene, okay?
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As Ibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people.
Rash.
As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors.
There's a lot of ways they can go with this that are all interesting.
I have
Red.
Blue.
Okay.
on separate teams then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Wow, we're just with Koana. That's the obvious
again,
choice.
as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Finally got an Urianger line.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Pibil before. Delight, I wonder.
Alrighty. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. You suppose that the first promise in Bakul Jaja will wear matching aprons? Daily hope so. Second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let's ask for his perspective. The first promise and Bakul Jaja are formidable on the field. In the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty and Tarali. This is the first I've heard of Jabruk Babil. I'm glad someone in a voice cutscene said the name of that dish before I had to try and butcher my way through it. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars align for us indeed. As much as I would have loved to defeat you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. I think the only pairing that would have been bad would have been if they put us with Bakul Jaja, because, like, how are you supposed to work with the guy? But I think it would have been interesting to be paired with Zoralja. Because we've learned a lot of Koana already. So how fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. Well, that's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have the advantage in numbers, yes? Sorry, wrong voice. Our competition has a team of 6, 2 claimants, Sarilja, and Bakul Jaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9, that's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the tasks suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could be easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Jabruk Pibil. Hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Jabral people. Let's gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. We got a sightseeing log. Ixbraj, standing on the edge of a cenote in the midst of a dense forest. The Jabral's home village has a clearing open to the sky for stargazing. The name of the settlement means Red Braj, a fierce beast related to the Curl. And this bold shade is painted liberally on the walls of their wooden dwellings. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in the basket. That one's called Echote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Fastidious fellow. The recipe for Jibruk Pibil. Wish I could tell you, friend, a dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Humu Rook himself. What you're mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. There's still Ibruk we had at the market. Wink. Wish I paid attention to the guy's name. So much for our plan. Got to cut our losses and head for Mamuk. Nothing. His feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could it be the second time? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped some Najul. I mean, Ja Tika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. I wonder if they're playing hometown favorites. Since the third promise is Jabral. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Jibruk Bibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish. An observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. The lady, blending local herbs and spices, was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, neither confirming nor denying any relation to Jibruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Jabral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then if Jibruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in a leaf of Najul, or banana in certain localities. Would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Brook says something like beef. It smells so good. I could take it. Beaky bipedal fish. As would be expected of a dish called Jibruk Pibil, indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that includes echiote, steamed underground within najul, or banana, leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, let's now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, the ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thinkrit and I scouted the surrounding forest while you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to the master gleaner. With that, we should divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtlessly require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I, too, would be glad to volunteer mine aid. And the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I'm happy to lead someone to suitable Ibruk. They will perform the requisite deed. Have they say? As for the najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find najul in these parts. They only grow in Jatika Heartland, of course, far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming, but we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Im, you'd mind accompanying me on my errand? No better way to whet my appetite. Good luck, or good. Let us be to our tasks then. Amati had no specific tasks assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. Come on, let's go and get those najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. I think this finally, yes, we're finally at better gear. Aw. It's just a recolor of something that's already existing. I feel like I've seen this before. Spiced Ibruk wrapped in najul leaves. That sounds like a winning combination to me. Juana has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Uriange mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. An underground oven. This must be the cook Uriange was talking about. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Najul leaves, for purposes other than Jibruk Bibil, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forest for me. For more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest jewel leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. Okay, I thought there was like some... See how just straight that cufflink is? Well, you can... If you look on the video, what y'all see is my character, but how straight that cufflink is. Let's see. Do I have a version? I can do this. Just how straight this cuff is right here. I thought that like that was a a rendering problem, but no, it's just the angle. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jatika Heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through Tainbek Traverse. It's caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. What? Well, that means we can't get our Najur leaves. But we can, can't we? If there's no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyways, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repasts with an empty stomach, you may find Jibruk Babil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, there are no leaves here. We can't travel for more. How are we supposed to gather our ingredients? The feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliola. So perhaps there's something about Jibruk Babil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. I mean, it's totally a dish that was created post-war using ingredients from both halves of the side of the conflict. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it? Its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktail history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Shabral and the Mamurja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Jibruk Babil. What does Steam Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilion Asoa. It lies a short distance to the east. There's no A. Ilion Aso. That must be what it is. The village of Ilion Aso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go see this place. Not that way. A rank? No. Northeast. On the other side of the water here. This is a cliff. I was like, this is a weird looking house. The horizontal slats over here. There it is. Everyone knows there was a war between the Mamuja and the Jabron, but I may have forgotten some of the details. The village of Ilyan Asso may be further east. Continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on their heels. Closest is south, but that's across the divide here. Probably the one that we were marked with earlier. This place feels forgotten by time. Wonder if this is where she's from. So this is the village of Ilyan Asso, or what's left of it. Uk Evu, huh? It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Ukevu, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. Excuse me. I was picking up lumber from Ixbrash, and I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Ukevu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You remember the third promise's retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He's gonna go crazy. Koana. Now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard? Koana. As in the second promise of Tuliolong. I think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Jibruk Bibil, but I am forbidden by by the Jibrash Raj to divulge any information regarding its preparation. I'd be happy to share what I know about Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Shibral and the Mamuja was one of land. The Mamuja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Jabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Jabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, roughing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamuja were once a people as much at war within themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunua, and the Pro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Jabral in battle. With an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunua leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of different clans could not have children together. Then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunua both, a two-headed Mamuja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first Autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Autarch's rule, the newly united Mamuja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it's best you see the results firsthand. Let's visit another battlefield from that time. There, I should continue the tale. I want to check something, because there's supposed to be... It's obviously pretty high up. So there's supposed to be a shadow... Table grass mode. Shadows. Distant objects? No. Maximum? No. Shadow softening? pull up that. I bring up the Steam overlay. Usually shift tab. Yeah, I had it turned off. I can just turn on the FPS counter now. Maybe I might have to log in and out to get it to show up. It's annoying, but I do have another one. Got a different way to turn on an FPS counter. So let me turn you off. Steam. This thing. HUD layout. Performance. Yes. Yeah, that's drop performance pretty heavily. So let's go back. Turn this to strong. Yeah. If I really want that, I can fudge around with some other graphical settings. Glad that I found it, though. What happened here? By the 12. Wonder why he said by the 12.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit cinder field. A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been. The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter. Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago. Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
This is 100% Ketten Rum.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Buff your tails and scurry off, then. Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chabral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Shabral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Bibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibruk Bibil's invention. Hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. We're doing the same now. I like the bottom. Bananas still weigh heavily upon Kwana's mind. Ukevu has given us invaluable insight into the origins of Shibruk Bibil. However, we're still no closer to procuring the necessary Najur leaves. Unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion now? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. What does Koana want with a monument? It's only speculation, but I dare to hope. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions. These weapons symbolize their vow that they would never raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, it's only logical that a monument like this might steer us true. especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, M, could you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here. The saw has recently been overturned. Ooh, someone's buried a box. Well, well. Would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Unmuruk's doing, I'd wager. The poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So you planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wukevu. Wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. My honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. I'll devise solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, that's what it's called, Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolol and what they hold dear. Should you ever require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Iktbrush. Is he gonna bow out? I wonder if that's the trick. He bows out and gives up the gem of the for the stolen feet. Southeast. You have to wonder whether Wukevu is actually a historian and not a shipwright. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Wukevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Guru Jaja brought to an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little. To achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Ryanje and I made another tour of the village and borrowed some cooking utensils we need. With no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest has to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Emanville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield echiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for seasoning as well. Through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one of us among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. I was gonna say, are they gonna talk about the fact that I'm level 90 culinarian? And you, I hope, as I recall, you're an accomplished culinarian. My mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Huh. Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Food tech.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoctel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
Launch trailer line.
so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. Ah, that was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Relieved that our dish was well received. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Prog Reborn. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. One final feat remains. After this, I hardly know what to expect. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Shipbrook Pibil again. Here Val made more using leftover ingredients. I love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? What's a full tabletop dish? Okay. The next feat awaits, and Alphino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. Inbeck Traverse, which connects the upper forest to Jatika Heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds. Farronville would oblige me a tour? Very well. I have no other engagements. And I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Well, that's right. Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades past, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Em? Then let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must be therefore at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. I hope someone in Ixbrash knows something. This fellow looks promising. Definitely older than I am. A foreign mage 20 years ago. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we visit visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I wager it would be Humnu Rook. He was already Jabrash Raj then. A baby girl? Couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Unless it's, Carl's mother. So Hunmu Rook has been Jabrash Raj for over 20 years. It's before even I was born. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ixbrash 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood. Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. Foreign mage did indeed visit Ixbrash, Master Galoof. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes. Before they withdrew to Orkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yokoi claimed Yektel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you sure to find the answer to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Em. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. Go on and see what Hunmuruk needs. So in order to get my answers, I need to find the Golden City. Although it was my intent from the first, I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I'm gladdened to see the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the ride has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Jabral. When she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her. Pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was fleeing towards Yatik Heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and the Jabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of Jabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, so I let the memory of my daughter die in the cenote. Gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn servant Galul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Jabral, fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, rancor towards the Jabral still burns. I was caught off guard once, I will not suffer the same tragedy again. So I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in the shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tulial, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Gotcha, gotcha. Amuruk stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. Going into a duty. Finished speaking with Humnuruk, have you? On speaking with Wuklamat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Segmented use of time, etc., etc. Taking a stand. Alrighty. So you're back. So what did Humnuruk want? It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Teenbeck Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. And I think I'll take this opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be at most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? They say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Maruk! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Isn't he disqualified for touching an Elector?
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Wonder if I'm playing as Uklamat.
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
Yeah, we're definitely playing as Uklamat.
Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Don't worry, the scary adventure won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, Salt. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Alright, so what's the combo? What's the buttons look like? Play as Uklamat. Gain resolve she needs, powerful limit breaks. Interesting. Not only do these attacks do great damage, they recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Alright. Sure. Single target combo. Sure. Sure. Ranged attack, sure. Onslaught, sure. Then the limit break. Okay.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds.
So what's the point?
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
I'll make you eat dirt.
No more tricks, Bako Jaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior.
Miss Mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
This is a donut.
What? Can't keep up.
How do you like this? Kitty, 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 kitty.
So that's the only one that's actually doing it.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating bastard.
It's time we finished her. This is the end for you, kitten.
Know your place.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel. Why won't you die? Fine. I'll show you the true power of the blessed.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Hey, that's sick.
That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the like of you!
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack! This is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
A little anime. A little too anime here.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
We'll fight. The twins ran me from one end of Utomo Horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Excuse me. For as weathered as our promise looks, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? Evanville's tour was both educational and exciting. Hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forests. Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Seems we were the last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove myself that I could stand up to such villains, even when I was alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Like, I kind of lost her voice. Alright. Oh, there we go. Earlier in the second Promises camp.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
Shots from the launch trailer.
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's the same we had before. Hold on, I've got new hands. Uklamat wishes to know how traversable the Tienbeck Traverse is. So what's the state of the Tienbeck Traverse? Still being cleared, I presume. Unmuruk said he would notify us as soon as work was done. And perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Uklamat's stolen keystone. Next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. He bested Bakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tienbeck Traverse is now safe for travel. You can finally make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? You only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Ketan Ram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It's true that the Dawn servant received Ketan Ram and Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Jabral and Mamuja. But since that time, most of the Mamuja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliolo. If I am to be Dawn's servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn where I came from and eat so much Jibruk Bibios besides. There we are. Thank you for everything, Hunmuruk. Till next time, take care. First, we make our way across Jobrit Cinderfield due southeast. How you have grown indeed. Alright, we got some Aether Current quests to do. Piat Ro seems to be taking her measure from afar and appears pleased with what he sees. Hello there, M. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I wanted to speak with you if you have a moment. Name's Tiat Ro, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray. I'd be honored if you belong to one of Wiklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy man, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. We are forever grateful if you join me. Tell me what to kill. Thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off to the hunting ground. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Em. Our quarry is a Tiatia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they're the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Bar Saral Brash have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Em. Boom, 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 boom. Made it. I only returned myself. We to compare our catches. What? This is a Vastral back. Brosh. You went against it alone and won? Well, this is exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Braj out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad I know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. Suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Braj. They won't accept just anybody, no, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I remember the day when I decided to be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Braj. He saved me, and ever since I wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. Other trials conducted in pairs. I had asked one of my brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. Trial is as good as done. Later. That's what I wanted to hear. No one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream. I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Cool. I'm gonna give myself 5 to stretch, go to the bathroom, mess with the AC, just do a bunch of different stuff before we get started with the rest of this. So yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit and enjoy the sights and sounds of Ikbraj, and I'll see you in a bit. Alrighty. I put in an order for a pizza. So that should be coming pretty soon. We can do a little bit more. Oh, hold on, I gotta sneeze. Whew, excuse me. We can do a little bit more while we're waiting, like the other. What you call it? The other Aether Current quest. There's also an Aether Current somewhere here, southwest. That I need to pick up. Directly south. West. Alright, there it is. Good thing I did not jump off. Oh, there's where the Ibrook, sorry, not Ixbrook, are hanging out. A little more south. Seems like we can go south a little bit still. Yaktel. There's no Southwest. It is on the other side. Anything closer? That seems like it's going to be on the other side. We can still run around. Something east. That's definitely going to be downstairs as well. This is the thing that the hunter wanted me to kill. Yatia. How I would pronounce it without knowing any better. Young Jabral. The young Jabral needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. While their friend requires someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light upon a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently observed one of the older residents of Ikbraj coming and going from Jabrit Cinderfield. Quite unusual since the place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail. Don't get too close, or else this will all be for nothing. Oh god, I gotta do a follow quest. Still the one over here. Still pointing to the one down in this area. How many left do we have? For Yaktel. Yaktel. There's no Only 5 more. Follow quest. This doesn't count. Cool. Just a box. Must have been nothing. Alrighty. Whew, that scared me real right at the end there. Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. What? Did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. Trading with Mamuk, all under the blessings of Hunuruk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Mamuk, meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tuliolal, and those who remain bear old grudges. So we chose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamuk. Even in Ikbraj, there are people who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. Anyway, it's time I took my goods and returned home. You could tell the lass you lost sight of me. I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself. Probably better to go all the way back here. Probably the best would be to go directly to Tuliolal and take the Ethernet. We've got some time to waste while I wait for my pizza to get here. Let me take a look. They're already on their way. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You returned. Did you find out where he was going? It was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. See, every once in a while, I spot people feasting on Tajik bananas. They never say where they got them from, but if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter until I find the truth. Let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve reward for your time. Safe travels. Cool, cool, cool. Let's take a dip over here to unlock this part of the map before we head over to Aaronville. Then I'll probably take another 15 or so to eat some lunch. Definitely cool to see people out and about actually playing the game instead of just hanging around in Limsa or in what's it, Han? You only really get to experience the MMO-ness of an MMO during launch. You obviously get to play with people and all that kind of stuff, but seeing other folks out doing things instead of queuing up in wherever random location that you prefer to be at, to be wrapped together with other folks for a brief period of time before never seeing each other again. Alright, I'm gonna take my 15 right here, do a little iCam again, and I will see you when I'm done with my lunch. Hello, 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 hello again. Took a little bit longer to get that lunch, but we are all refueled up. Checking to make sure the audio is working. Looks like the audio is working. On the right scene. Eat some food in game real quick, and then let's give a talk. I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived in Mamook. I failed my bad with Jibruk Pibil before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already. If Bakul Jaja ran in this direction after losing to Wuklamat, then he undoubtedly was returning to Mamook. After seeing that battlefield, I find it miraculous that the Dawn Servant was able to negotiate a peace. The traverse will bring us straight into Jatika Heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? Still pointing us toward whatever's over in this area. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let's take our time to descend safely. This must be the thing that was walled off, I imagine. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul Jaja cleared away one of the fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. What are you staring at the eye for? Nothing additional. Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Finally got a new spot here. What in the world would this little area be? Possibly Fate Boss? That's kind of small for a Fate arena. Like a large scale Fate arena, I should say. A regular Fate could easily happen in there. Just look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. A tool used by gleaners to identify certain geological properties. As you hold the paring stone to the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Or if it's magnetic. Paring stones are natural magnets. It is a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens. Bid you all be merciful. There you are. Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forest, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running, we're almost there. I definitely need to turn the music up. I thought about it a few streams ago and I was like, it ends up being fine, but no, we need to go. BGM's already up there. We could probably go master volume 50. Maybe it's just my end. Let's go back here and turn it up on my end. I don't want it to blow y'all out. Or have it overpower my voice. I wonder what the final feat will be. Rather more than I expected. Now to see whether or not Rook's fears were well founded. And here we finally are. Now to find the Elector. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Rook's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. The quote-unquote hat for Vieira. Finally in Mamuk, Wuklamat is eager to make progress. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find the Elector. Two streets seem to converge on this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hunmanrook's guidance, I'll suggest that we err on the side of caution and move through the city in pairs. Anvil can come with me, and Alize can go with Kryl. That leaves M to accompany Wuklamat. These arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction. Then may our respective searches prove fruitful. Bum, 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 bum. Uniwa are the ones with like the frog faces. The words may as well be ambient noise for all the care the citizen pays to you. Or more like the iguana faces. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Please tell me you had better luck. No one will talk to you either. Prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Hello there. We'd like to ask you for something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone, the Dawn Servant Selector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if nobody would even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can. Don't have to actually go there. It's going to take us there immediately.
Up there.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sororja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The channeler is Zirelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
Truly Yolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed Elector. Sororja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
This isn't over yet.
I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zorocha was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade. My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, Glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn. Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise. I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
I wonder what all those jars were. From the vision that Bakul Jaja saw when he fled in panic. That was a dramatic escalation. Hard to believe Zorolja was bested in battle. The first promise attendant just now. Did his words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City, though he intends to venture there, with or without Zorolja. Zorolja. I have heard about this channeling art before. Passed down through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. The electors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge the claimants equally. This Zorolja, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zorolja won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? I mean, she was of the clan. I forget what the other clan is called. She was of that clan. Produced the other half of the blessed siblings. And she looked like the head of Resolve. If Zorolja is Buniwa and she's Hubigo, then right, exactly. Whatever her relation to Zorolja, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in the city. He looks troubled. To bid us thus meet with her in private, this is both an important and delicate matter. Finally, a real conversation. Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Hear me talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in the city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far, as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Shibral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. Seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mola Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the Salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. I wonder if that's the boss that we fight in Wanderer's Palace. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in the blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as a testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulu Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in doing so, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. Definitely what's going on. I think what we're going to find out is they're trying to selectively breed to produce a blessed sibling, and they're just throwing away all the other children. What I know about Mamulja extremism is limited to what I've heard through rumors. The same is true for most who hail from Shaktwal. I expect it was for his devotees that Bakul Jaja joined the right of succession. The price we pay, is she referring to the marriages between the Hubigo and Buniwa clans? Galur Jaja labored to break down walls, and his very existence would instead lead some to raise them is unfortunate. If I can use my status as the Dawn Servant's daughter to help the people of Mamuk, I'm happy to do so. But I'd like to better understand Milalja's motivations first. Milalja has something to show you. There's a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. If that's what they're doing. Woo! To the west. Okay, we're gonna find it. I think there's another one over here somewhere. Ooh. That's definitely an A rank or an S rank or something like that. Excuse me. Sinote Jayunja. There's the current. Okay, I can make it back up. This music's fine. I think I still like Urkopacha's music better. I won't find sites like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye. Judging by their attachment, a tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. There's a lookout point. Anyway, we should press on. Malirja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. The Jatika Heartland, an arboreal sea of blue glowing trees in deep cenotes. The Forest of the Brethren is the spiritual homeland of the Mulja. The little sunlight penetrates the dense canopy. The pulsing ambient ether provides a constant source of soft, cerulean illumination. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely. It's as if we're in a room without windows. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. You're fighting there. There are people on the other spot. Pretty close to this next one. I might take a detour to clean this off my map. Blue Leafkin. I don't know if I've seen this model before. Directly north. I'm guessing it's up top. Go around the ridge. If it's not, we can easily jump down. Oh, perfect. It's the one over here. See, is that going to be our last? No, there's still 3 more ether currents on the map. They must all be in this area. Cavern, and it looks deep. I was not aware that such tunnels can be found in the Jatika heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. What are we looking at then? Having seen how dark this forest is, I can understand why so many Mamulja choose to live in Tuliolo instead. The place I would show you is just ahead. Is this the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured I shall take full responsibility. Come see for yourself the truth of the blessed. As soon as I saw that picture, I knew what was going to happen. Oh, God.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Hey, it's one of these things. From Elpis.
But cool Jaja.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above.
taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their ships. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Don't use them as an excuse.
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why
Mr.
they have
Explainer.
such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Slightly different than the way that I was thinking it was going to go, but still awful. Hey, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know. Bakul Jaja. Every fiber of my being. Tried to ruin Ihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, released the most vicious Tural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. He still needs to make amends. I hear you. Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like everyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. All the way over here. I had no idea Bakul Jaja was bearing such a burden. We had but chosen a different path. Still, I believe our true characters demonstrated not by right action, but rather by our conduct upon recognizing our faults. It's a struggle I know all too well. I think there was such a dark secret behind blessed siblings. Even among the Mamuja, I cannot imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. It's amazing how Wuklamat can connect with anyone. He has an incredible gift. Sometimes it's best to just forgive and move on. It can be difficult, gods I know that. But that's all the more reason to try your damnedest, look past how you were wronged, and let bygones be bygones. Bakul Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. Alvino is ready to bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Melil Jah, Moshutural Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. Must work quickly, lest Zeril Jah discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Get the alpaca. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. A symbol of trust bestowed upon you by Bakul Jaja. It blends the Hubigo and Buniwa coloring. Its blend of Hubigo and Buniwa coloring makes its origins indisputable. Blessed scale in an outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? The Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. Not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moshutual Zouj at once. Moshutual Zouj. Look, I've already made a new friend. That scale, if the blessed trust you, then so will I. So what does he require of me? Bakul Jaja bids us to come to Moshutural Zouj. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some good folks? Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Moshutural Zouj as well. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery to the west called Gomajik Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moshutural Zouj afterward. There's just one more person I need to find. Southeast. Alright, let's go get this. Guessing over there. That must be where it is, where that person just left. Yep. I think the night theme here is significantly better than the day theme. northwest still. We're gonna head there as part of the quest, so let's just do this real quick. This blue-leafed tree has put down roots throughout the waters of Cenote Neyozote. Its twisted trunk wrapped around the crystal core of a fallen meteorite. As well as stimulating the growth of the tree itself, the core and the strange ether it emits appears to be affecting the surrounding plant life of this tree. Sure. Probably have to go... Can I go this way? Yeah, it looks like I can go up here. Leave this place, outsider. My apologies, I was unaware. I thank you, blessed scale bearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Mashutoral Zuj at once. Wow, these are enemies. They look cool as hell. What level is this? 94. Yeah. Somewhere in this area. The northeast. Directly east. Oh, there it is. Where's Wuklamat? Want to go get Koana. Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Amity, I remind you that this rite is a competition. Sorry, I got his voice wrong. Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help to complete the feat. No, Mamouk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliyola. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. Deceived us. No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wukalama has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you paid to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask you to join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. Together we may find a new way forward. Together? If she's trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zarielja. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. Even if Bakul Jaja trusts the third promise, I don't know if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone greatly sways our people's behavior. Belief in blessed siblings and the salvation they would bring has sustained me for years and years. If there's another way, if the third promise can truly help us. An end to blessed siblings. I don't know what to think or how to feel about this. Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Bakul Shasha. Uklamat risks her standing in the right to attend to her people's needs. There's a degree of selflessness that few can claim to share. Everyone looks uneasy, but their faith in Bakul Shasha guides them even now. And we come to the heart of it. I'm glad Koana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, it will help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Before she hears the people, Clement would like to ensure she is prepared. Alright, Em, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja in Gibral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest. But due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Buniwa clans intermarried, and that's how Blessed Siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on the Blessed Siblings. Blessed Siblings promise us more than strength, they promise us the sun. The forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliolol, most of our people don't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed Siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. As you'll have noticed, the forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. Plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only ones that grows well is Najul, Yatika banana and Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you want to leave. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yahui did not stop digging until all veins were spent. The meteorites were only good for so much. Even if we made our overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. Though the resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of Blessed Siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone has their own perspective. All their concerns about the forest itself were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than the Blessed Siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place they can't provide what they need. You don't think you'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on. Didn't Aaronville mention something about the meteorites? The aether they emit makes the plants glow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. I said all that shit and she just leaves? Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're done with the currents. That's good. We are down to just the quests. Old growth blue leafkin. Huh. Oh, that must be a side quest. 97? That doesn't seem right. At first glance, this forest seems a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. What a remarkable tree. I hope it provides the insights we need. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. Had I known that Dawntrail was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, I had known, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. It really is incredible how a tree could support. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in the forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kryle could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can provide to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I'll collect your pieces once you have them. Another. The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's do all we can. I should have brought better tools. Too big for our purposes, but a shard even might do. Evanville, if you would. I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. Did you find your fragments? A softly growing remnant of an ancient meteor shower. Much obliged. Alphino, Crowl, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Mashuteral Zouj. So go and meet her there. Return with our results as soon as possible. Probably this way? Done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kwana and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can be of help to Mamook, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Im. I can feel it. This is the only one that doesn't get sold. Uramat is determined to find a solution for Mamook. I'm sure Zariel Jah would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. His people are my people. I can't ignore their plight. Time to call myself Dawn Servant one day. I'll have to bring an end to all tragedy here. And you're depending on me, Bakul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kawana and the others will be back with the reports soon. Good evening, or good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in the blessed siblings. why they are important to you. The overwhelming response was a frustration toward this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects you have struggled to build your prosperous home. Thus your understandable desire for a new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that Yatika Heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you have seen crops fail time and again, but we have discovered the root of the problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Clear cutting. Across the salt, in a place called Charlian, is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer your seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. If you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and tomato from Tyrol, so too might Mamook benefit from foreign crops. You mean be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that would not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamook will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I forgot I gave them a gravelly voice. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when working together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, Promise. There's another way for our children, our home, no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Say a few words, Em. Kind of a mute. Anything's possible when you work together. Victory over Gvalagamarn is proof of that. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. Friends, both old and new, you can fight the light to banish the darkness. Now we'll do the middle. Saving the star is far beyond the scope of our needs, but I acknowledge the value of allies. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Mamook's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, be sure to tell Zerilja the good news about his forest. Sure, he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Passion even for the likes of him. Continue to eclipse me in every way. And it is a simple choice. Counting on you, Lamat. It's probably a full fight. I wonder if it's the trial. That'd be weird if it's the trial. Uklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. Never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades, where Zoralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. Okay, no, it's the duty. Simon has gone to fetch Zoralja. He should be here soon. Double cutscenes. It's a big arena. So it could be a trial, but I don't think so. I think it's just the duty.
Zoralja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her. Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother, not Bakul Jaja, and not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready? No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
Bear witness to our resolve.
There be so which guys our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Star. Here.
These blaze sundered Valigarbanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Take that!
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
Oh, the very bastards!
How is this?
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
I was gonna say, there's no way that we're gonna make it in time unless somebody else.
Not enough. Together, we shall triumph.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Resolve the risen Kindle. By crimson wrath we sunder.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand after this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servants. For Tuleyola!
That's my old man for you.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugated? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long!
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor, the one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
The Autarch of Mamuk show some dignity.
I don't have dignity. Not anymore. I wagered everything on this feat. And by the same token, I understand the enormity of your accomplishment.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklama. The rite ain't over till you find the city of gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Sorry about that. Grabbed another slice of pizza at the end there. Alright, Alice. Even as a shade, the Dawn Servant's strength was incredible. I shudder to imagine how we might have fared without the second promise's support. The second promise has warmed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say that wise and witty duo has been of no little influence. Joyed though I am by this outcome, I am also eager to speak with Kettenram while I have the chance. I'm glad to see you all remain in one piece. The One Piece! Not like a bit of hardship to see your precious children grow into fine adults. I will not stand in your way. But mark me, your victory does not afford you authority to dictate our future. We will decide what is best for Mamook, no one else. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Immediately back into a cutscene. The FF14 way. Good promise. You brought everyone. We were just coming to you. We did it, Mililja. We proved to the Artarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way. We can build our lives we've always wanted here in our homeland without sacrifice. The new crops will come from across the salt. I suppose we'll have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we were born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. By learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. While it may feel scary, taking the first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders might help Mamook grow. What happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so it shall remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I prepare to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. Last thing the city needs is more death. Bakul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long to only to lose his father. You truly feel responsible. Be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamook. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliala. You can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. Still don't owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know? Boom, 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 boom. People of Mamook have accepted you. Merchants of Minder is now available for use. Cool. I guess is also we're gonna get the new quests, which we're gonna do now before we talk to Kettenram. Double check. Okay, we still have to finish the Kettenram quest, probably, to get the last Aether Current. This prudent hunter would appreciate your discretion. You're a traveler, are you? Can I ask for your help with something? There are too many prying ears here. Come and meet me on the other side of Gomajik Grove. Where am I going? Oh, all the way over here. Hold on. There's something weird going on with my screen here. There we go. Good, you made it. I need your help handling a small but quite irritating problem. Have you heard of Blue Leafkin? They supposedly were once Mamul Jah, who were cursed or for some misdeed or another. Those who believe in that sort of thing are terrified to make any contact, for they fear they'll be cursed as well. Personally, don't believe there's any truth in it. But that wouldn't stop people from thinking I was contaminated for crossing paths with one. For a blessing, blue leaf can generally keep to themselves deep in the forest, but recently one's been spotted wandering around these parts. That's why I need someone unbeholden to Mamook's superstitions to dispose of it, and to speak not a word of the deed. Oh. Maybe this is what we saw? But it still was 97. Thank you, traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. There have many stories of the Blue Leafkin, but none agree on who among the Mamulja was cursed first, or for what misdeed. Some say it was a Dopro punished for felling trees, others say it was a Bunyiwa punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of the forest. The other day, one of our own went and pursued a mark in that direction and hasn't been seen since. Blue Leafkin just now. Could have been. No, it's just a story after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. We'll be sure to keep our normal hunting grounds. See if we can't find our missing friend. And then back here. Shadil Jah's eyes are brimming with tears. One of the third promise's retainers, aren't you? Please help me. My name is Shadil Jah. My husband and I were attacked by wyvers outside the city. Fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, but given how our people treat outsiders, but I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gotol Jah, and he's near Golmajik Grove. Please hurry. It must be by sound. You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you. Wyvers don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. That's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamook and see you receive a proper reward. Shadil Jah should be anxious for our arrival as well. Bum 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 bum. Boom, ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum. Sorry to have troubled you, stranger. Oh, 1,000 blessings upon you. My Gatolja is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself, you're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the salt in my younger years. That is, until I suffered injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty wyver, it would seem. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those wyvers weren't feisty, they were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local wyvers are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. But as this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for wyvers to attack Mamulja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. Sure, I'll help you in a couple months. There's a little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank him, dearest. He's doing us a kindness. Right, just not used to open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. Okay, can't go this way. Road to the Golden City. Ketan Ram, living legend and Eorzean explorer extraordinaire, would like to chat. This ain't no place for a proper chat. The cabin's just north of the city. Blue Eyes' abode, as people call it, an account for me dazzling twinklers. The man values his privacy. Rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. Would have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures. I've heard that upon Ketanram's disappearance, explorers from across Eorzea band together in search of him. I doubt they ever thought to look here. I wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. Not but 4 walls and a roof, but enough for most folk. Make yourselves comfortable. Excuse me. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weathering eye on them. So seeing how you've won them over, he thinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jaja's behest to ensure this hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally to remind the real Jah of his duty as a lector, should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? No way to treat an honored guest? I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Worker's Zormor? That's right. Kettenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Valigarmanda being one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. I can't do a fucking like Irish or Scottish or whatever, so I'm just gonna do like a Texan. So when your brother, or a Southern, so when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. Trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out in the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and that's to think, and it's thanks to them that I understand my papa's hopes for this nation. But I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Wuklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Humuruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galuf visits had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yakhoi who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt of those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude can be known to receive visions. And if Gerferler's abilities are at all representative, the Yakhoi are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreamers of El likely owe their experiences to the inherent qualities in their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let's assemble at the Aetheryte. He said her name before, but I don't remember how it's pronounced. You're Koshia's boy, ain't you? That must be the Viera that we see in the cutscenes. She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my efforts. I'd begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proves as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it together. Was I ever that young? God, that camera move. Just kept spinning. You waited for me? Seems Ket Ram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit. Alphino said to meet by the Aetherite, so I'll see you there. Obviously teleport there. So we haven't been down here. We haven't been in there. Trying to think. Well, in Endwalker, the second trial wasn't until 87 or even like 89. What was it? Yeah, 89. 79. But Stormblood, it was 67. So, we'll see. Imagine we're close to another dungeon. I think Venispati was around 65. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe they were even adverse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the City of Gold might be. Malilja and Zarilja, you've come to help us? As an elector, I'm forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There's no corner of the forest we do not intimately know, save for one. You recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings. At Stone Pier stands the entrance of the Sky Deep Cenote, the final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. Cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the Cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to a foreigner he brought with him, a mage, I believe. Truly? The Dawn servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yahui quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorporlor's dreamers. And the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the Sky Deep Cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You'll find a winged beast or two lingering in Gok Drawl Descent. It will carry you below. I believe in you, Third Promise. You'll make a magnificent Dawn servant. This is it, everyone. The Sky Deep Cenote. That sounds like a dungeon name if I've ever heard one. Someone's spoiling the fact that there's a dungeon here in all chat. Why I can't really see it behind my... I'd have to reveal the over here. But I've got a couple different tabs, and I just have the event tab. I just have the event tab open for the most part. I take a look every once in a while to see if anybody's saying anything about like hunt marks or anything just interesting. But mostly I try to avoid it because I don't want anybody telling me anything like that. This is the A rank that we saw earlier. Be nice to reach level 100. Wonder when they would start hunt trains. Imagine it's also pretty lucrative at the start. You get a ton of materia form of these plus what are the tomestones of aesthetics? There's gonna be another set of tomestones that get released in 7.05, I think. By the beast to Sky Deep Cenote. That's cool. A little dong out here. Nice pop in, nice pop in. This is the cenotaph. Means beyond these doors is head of succession or no. Disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. It had a dun 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 dun. That's Torn from the Heavens. There we go. I'm ready to complete my journey. This is obviously the Dawntrail motif. Alrighty. Into the next dungeon. Like this theme. And go to the bathroom. Take us out of the bubble. What is going on with this warrior? That's also my fault there. You so rarely ever use raw cures. Some tail. Causing trouble to others, we can probably cast. Perfect. It's P6. It's an in. Oh, no. Need to be inside. Produces copious bubbles. Okay, I got you. Current. Like it here. Oh god. Boom, boom, boom. Well, that's what the high thunder looks like. Alright, let's get further away. Okay, so probably here. Most troublesome tail. Oh, jeez. Did not really see that's how that worked. It was just the warrior there. Nuisance to your party. Up to Medica 3. Just a small potency increase. Rats. There are rats. Workers arise, eliminate the rats. Smash them, tear them to a pulp. Silence, our workers have fallen. Activate firearms. Burgar Metal Grounds. Interesting. Or engaged. Firearms risen. Dynamic dominance. Enchanted sledge, intruders be gone, be gone, be gone. Mirror maneuver. Thunderbright burst, and then there's a mirror over there, so probably... I didn't see that other thing on the other end. Okay. Crumble beneath my full might. Die, die, die. So another mirror maneuver. Let's look at this again. Okay, so we got balls here. Boom, boom, boom. So over here is going to be a good spot. It's going to be here. Mirror, mirror there. This way. Okay, so here. recognize this stuff. I do need to remember that this is significantly shorter. Cooldown time, so I can use it more liberally. To be able to weave things between holy casts. Or start a holy off early, instead of having to wait. A, recognize this. Sculptor of Silence, Maul Skull. Power into its fists, so that side. Down goes the machinist. Okay. Oh, lost our machinist. I'm gonna get knocked this way. Oh God. Is this Final Fantasy? Let's try getting back in. Oh, getting a lot of folks saying server booted. Oh God. Sorry folks, let's see if we can make the swap over. Unable to visit another data center. Great. Try again. Nope. All right. Let's see. Give her one more shot to visit another data center. Oh. All right. I think what we'll do is we'll take a break. We've been streaming for about 7 hours now. So I think what we'll do is take a stream break. I'll continue to try to switch over via DC travel. But if not, I might just have to try and get back in to through the server queue, through the my main server queue, which will be a while. And depending on how long that takes, I may or may not start up the stream again. Really shitty, but what are you gonna do? Let me try one more time before I stop the stream. Nope. What about if I go here? What's that queue gonna be like? Okay, it's a little bit better, but it's still awful. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop the stream. And depending on how long this takes, you may or may not see me again today. Yeah. I'll talk to you.